Fatality!
Yeah.
Fatality! Fatality!
Man, they did a lot of changes on midnight. Yeah. Dude, that's early. Wow, head. 11.3 or 12.1, 12.0. Well, look like they fucking ripped the tanks in half. God damn. Well, I mean, if they tune the dungeons and difficulty of the content around the fact that they're changing these. Well, I hit tanks pretty fucking hard. I won't lie. Doesn't look like I have access to. No. Huh. All right. Well, this is interesting, chat. Just sim my gear really quickly now. Figure out how I'm doing this. I need to go to top gear. Okay. So now wait, are these actually the crafted gloves? Huh. Well, I need to fucking check the stats. So first mastery. Burst haste. That's another stat. Uh, crit mastery. Mastery haste. Well, let's see. Well, this is about to get really interesting in the midnight. As long as they do it right, it shouldn't be too terrible. But I don't have a clue. Oh, oh, that's both. Okay. I need to do separate sims. Got it. Pain in the fucking ass. Okay. Well, let's see. How much damage is this? Doing this, doing this. Doing same thing, except I do gloves. 720. One spark too. There's mastery, crit mastery, crit verse, ace mastery. Um, okay, so spending these crashed on my pants and my trinket. 26K. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna make gloves. It's like crit mastery gloves. I might do these the first mastery ones. I'm gonna make first mastery instead. I need to do something to give me a spark. Is there ones that are less pain inducing?
You'll find me wherever the action is.
I guess doing 2 tier 3 tier 1 nails isn't too bad for Uncle Follies.
Kobolds are vandalizing and
Not the
damaging
one.
Morning Rise
Why
again.
is it pinging this one?
Please stop them in any way you can.
Oh. It's just pinging a delve. Okay. Dude's gonna drop again. Doing Rook. The Rook. Fuck.
We can get around by jumping on those big mushrooms.
What is this? That lagged really bad. I lost it to hell. What are you doing, Bronzebeard? You relaxing? They're gutting tanks, which is kind of diabolical.
Smell that? It's treasure. I know it. We're close.
Oh, wait. How do I get there? What do I need to do? How do I get over there? Oh, here. Oh, and then I go over here. And then I get down. Interesting. Buh. Oh, this is interesting. How the fuck do I get over there? Oh. Oh. That's rough. Well, next time I know to go over there. I gotta do 3 of these things. Forgot that there's a run symbol. It literally lets you redo what you were trying. Well, looks like I'm doing crit burst. A very large increase in early. Crit burst. Crit burst. Those. Please. I gotta go get the crystal. Did I get the checkpoint? Doesn't matter in aspect. Alright, one more. Done thingies. I went at so much up in single target. I lost that much in AoE. 18 kill. Oh man. Stop! Bracket chat. I got a tanks, but if they change combat, don't change anything.
is to serve you. My directive has been fulfilled.
Well, they're removing Valor Stones, so we don't need those anymore. No. No. It's just removing Valor Stones and you're just gonna have Crest. Yep, that's fucking lit. Then they're doing a lot. They added like 20 plus new talents to like every single class and even spec. They reworked like all the talent trees and shit. Your class will not play the same, no matter what you play. They're removing like a lot of the defensives from every class. Like you'll have like they're removing mass barrier. For me, they're removing mass barrier. They're removing greater invis. They're bringing all the barriers to the main tree. They got rid of the damage reduction for mirror image, so the only defensive I'm gonna have is Ice Cold and Alter. Yeah. They're also they gutted every single fucking tank. Like they don't have like nowhere like oh no, they got fucked too. Everyone got fucked around the table. Ironfur now gives you mastery. Yeah. Yeah, they gutted all the tanks. They gave him some new things, but like Demon Hunter Spirit Bombs now 30-second cooldown. They buffed Feldev's heal by 600%. And the damage, but I don't know how much that's gonna like. They made Frailty not stack infinitely anymore. It's just 2 stacks all the time. Blood DK's got a like armor increase, like a lot of armor. Yeah, Death Strike heals you less, but it hits 2 targets now, guarantee. They nerfed. They got rid of anger management for prot warriors. Yeah, they made Ardent they got rid of Eye of Tyr, and you no longer can block magic effects on Prot Pally. They Yo, they're obliterating tanks. It's kind of diabolical. They said they're making combat changes. Like, I don't know how big a combat changes. Now, but they removed Eye of Tyr. They also made it remove some interrupts from. So if you play Templar on Prot Pally, you no longer have interrupts. So that's gone. Your Ardent Defender and your Bubble are like a couple minutes long. Like, they're even bigger of a cooldown. Brewmaster got some things removed. Yeah. Yo, I was like, bro, they hit these tanks. Like, they keep nerfing tanks. They basically their objective was to make the tanks simpler, so they didn't have so much button bloat. But like, honestly, if they don't tune the game around this, it's gonna obliterate them. They're not gonna. Yeah, no, it's funny. Z-Copy said, bro, Prot Paladin might be a tank again. And then I watched the Yoda video and I was like, well, that's not happening.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
I can't explain all the changes because the amount of things that just like they did. Like, I want you to know that is the most different. That's the most things I've seen on an alpha. Like, I don't think they've changed that much in Dragonflight. Like, they did a lot, but like, bro, Fire Mage is no longer a fucking CDR spec. It's a fucking 1 minute 30-second cooldown. Arcane doesn't. Evo doesn't give main stat. They took away fucking Arcane Explosion. Now it's Arcane Pulse. They reworked the fucking hero talents to where it's not like I was like, what the fuck is going on here? I'm like, they did like Fire Mage is now a 1 minute. Fire Mage is a burst spec now again. It's gonna be a minute half burst spec again. I mean, I'm gonna still play whatever's fucking meta. To be fair. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Yeah, I mean, it's alpha, but I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Dude, there's a fuckload of changes, and I don't like. They removed like 10, like they removed between like 5 to like 10 talents in every class or more. I'm like, what the fuck? They mostly added, but I'm just like, what? Like Arcane's half a Arcane, bottom of the Arcane tree. Arcane Harmony's gone, Magi Spark's gone, Ether Atonement got reworked. Now it's a 2-point talent. Arcane Barrage got reworked. They actually made it. Dude, it's like. Well, they said they want to reduce the complexity. They have a little thing that they like explained a little bit more. I didn't read it that deeply, but what the fuck?
My thanks for your patronage.
Okay, so let me explain what they did. So for Mage, this is the one that I read, right? So they nerfed all of the interrupts for PvP. That's one thing they did. They reduced them by like how long they lock someone is like 3 seconds shorter on almost every interrupt. That's one thing. They removed a lot of like I no longer have Blast Wave. Blast Wave's gone. They removed Blast Wave. They changed Alter a little bit. They removed Ice Flows. They made they removed Ice Nova. Ring of Frost and Mass Polymorph are on the same choice node. No, all these are just overall. Like, I was just saying that one PvP. But these are all, like... Well, I mean, you can run it. They removed displacement. They made it to where blink. So they like now whenever you blink, you blast wave. You can take a talent to where you blast wave when you blink. They reworked overflowing energy so it only affects. They added a crit damage spell amplifier in your main tree. They added some stat nodes. They like reworked incantation of swiftness. Like the amount of incanters like Dell, bro, I was like, what the fuck? Like they removed for Arcane, they removed execute for Arcane, and they're pushing fire into more of an execute spec again. They removed Phoenix Flames from our fire, so it's only Fire Blast now. They buffed Flame Strike and Pyroblast by a shitload. They also nerfed Ignite even more, and then made it harder to get the Ignite talents and the like Flame Strike or whatever. They removed all the Living Bomb talents. Yeah. So and then they added a new thing to Arcane. So they removed Nether Prison in Intuition. They made Orb now cost clear casting when you want to cast it. They removed the int scaling buff that you get from evoing pre-evoing before you cool down. Fuck. They replaced Arcane Explosion with Arcane Pulse, and it does AoE underneath the mobs. And it's also a generator. Yeah. Like I have to see how they removed so much like they just like reworked. If they didn't remove a talent, they just fucking full reworked it, and it's like, oh, what the fuck. Oh, I mean, it's so fucking stupidly niche. That's fine. I'm talking about more of like the main, like, well, there's certain fights. Okay, you know Druid. Yeah, so they changed diminishing returns. So diminishing returns categories were reset after 16 seconds was 18. Creatures will no longer be immune to stun effects after 3 applications of the effect. The duration of the stun effect will continue to diminish in half upon each application until they reach 1/6 the duration. There will be remain until 16 seconds have passed. Obviously, the stat squish, they did all this PvP nerfing stuff. But I guess I'll read you what they changed with fucking Druid. Which druids? I mean, which druid spec do you want to know first? So Druid in general, they removes Nature's Vigil and Renewal. Okay, New talent, Gift of the Wild. Mark of the Wild is 100% more effective on yourself. So it goes from 3% to 6% on yourself. Heart of the Wild has been redesigned. Perform a powerful off roll. Yeah. So, oh my god, stroke. Off roll. Okay, so perform. Yeah. So powerful roll off ability depending on your current active. So bear form, max health increased by 30% for 20 seconds. Cat form, unleash an empowered feral frenzy on your enemy target. Physical damage and additional bleed damage over 5 seconds. Award 5 combo points. Moon conform, call down waves of empowered falling stars upon enemies within 40 yards, dealing astral damage over 8 seconds. An empowered wild growth that heals up to 5 injured allies within 30 yards of the target over 7 seconds. And then forest. Yeah. Um yeah. Then they did two more. Frostwalk now has 2 ranks and increases your movement speed and healing received by 8 to 16 when you cast Regrowth. Matted Fur absorption increased by 140% and now has 2 ranks, with rank 2 doubling the amount absorbed by rank 1. Skull Bash is no longer available to Restoration Druids. Innervate is now a capstone in the class tree. And then the following abilities were removed. And then this is Druid of the Claw for Guardian. Wild. Oh, the Nature's Vigil and Renewal. Guardian. Wild Shape Mastery no longer retains 80% of your bear form armor and health for 6 seconds when transforming from bear to cat. Well, that's pretty big. Lunar Calling has been updated. Now increased damage dealt to Starfire's primary target by 100%, was 160, and no longer includes a reference to trigger solar eclipse. And then they added 3 new talents to Keeper of the Grove. And then Restoration, they redesigned a couple things. They like changed a couple things within that. And then Wild Stalker got changed. Now here's all the balance stuff. Okay. There is a lot of shit. The talents they removed though, Astral Smolder, Astronomical Impact, I got a clue. Stellar Flare, Umbral Inspiration, I don't have the tooltips on here, they just have the names. And then Waning Twilight and Warrior of Elune. Okay. Well, now this is a new one. Casting Starfire and Wrath no longer enter Eclipse. No. It's just you no longer enter them with Starfire or Wrath anymore. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna fucking go down. There is a lot, and as you collect the info, you get all of it. So the Apex talents, which is the new thing with the expansion, activating an Eclipse makes your next Wrath or Starfire instant. The first 3 Star Surges or Starfalls you cast during each Eclipse deal 20% increased damage. Your crit strikes dealt during Eclipse cause their victims to languish for an additional 20 to 40% of the damage dealt for 6 seconds. Yeah. Activating an Eclipse also launches solar and lunar bolts at nearby enemies that allows critical strike. Always critically strike. Solar Bolt, entering Solar Eclipse, launches a Solar Bolt at one nearby enemy that deals nature damage. Lunar Bolt, entering Lunar Eclipse, launches 3 Lunar Bolts at nearby enemies that deal arcane damage to nearby enemies. Damage reduced beyond 5 targets. Now, improved Eclipse. Lunar Eclipse and Solar Eclipse have 1 additional charge. Meteor Storm, Starfall, deals its damage 100% faster. Choice node with Ethereal Kindling. It doesn't have what that does. There's a choice node with it. It might be changed down. Total Eclipse. Entering an Eclipse has a... Oh, wait. This is... Sculpt the Stars. The cooldowns of Lunar Eclipse and Solar Eclipse are reduced by 2 seconds. Total Eclipse. Entering an Eclipse has a 10 to 20% chance to grant the benefits of both Lunar and Solar. Yeah. Elune's Challenge. When you exit Eclipse with less than 40 astral power, Wrath and Starfire's cast times are reduced by 25% for 15 seconds, or until you enter an eclipse. Choice node with Nature's Grace. Don't know what Nature's Grace does. Meteorites. Every time Starfall deals damage, a meteorite falls on a target. It's in its range, dealing astral damage. This one's a simple one. Celestial Fire, Moonfire, Sunfire, and Shooting Stars damage increased by 15%. Possibly. And then they reworked their Mastery. Mastery Astral Invocation has been updated. Your nature spells deal 0.75% increased damage, was 0.5. Your arcane spells is 0.75 increased damage, was 0.5. And Moonfire, Sunfire no longer cause targets to take additional damage from your spells. Um All right. After the mastery change, Eclipse has been redesigned. You may draw the sun and moon in alignment for 15 seconds, empowering either your nature or arcane spells. Casting Wrath or Starfire changes the mode of Eclipse while will be entered. And the two modes of Eclipse share a button and a 32-second cooldown. Lunar Eclipse Lunar Eclipse. Enter Lunar Eclipse for 15 seconds. Arcane spells deal 15% additional damage, and Starfire damage is increased by 40%. Casting Wrath changes this to a Solar Eclipse. Solar Eclipse. Enter a Solar Eclipse for 15 seconds. Nature spells deal 15% increased damage. Wrath damage increased by 40%. Casting Starfire changes this to Lunar Eclipse. So, in your cooldown, you can switch between based on the scenario. Yeah. Yeah, and they and then to compensate all of it, I mean, they still did a lot more. And then you obviously seen the one where I read the Starfire and Wrath no longer enter U Eclipse. Umbral Intensity has been updated. Solar Eclipse increases the damage of your Wrath by an additional 10, and then Lunar increases additional by Starfire by 10%. So both of them get an additional 10%. Soul of the Forest has been updated. Solar Eclipse increases Wrath's astral power generation by 50%, and then Starfire's by 60% for Lunar Eclipse. So your astral generation from your Wrath and Starfire are fucking a lot more. Um, And then Star Lord has been updated during Eclipse. Star Surge, Starfall grant 2 to 4% haste for 20 seconds, was 15, or until you enter a new Eclipse. Stacks up to 3 times. Gaining a stack does not refresh the duration. Touch of the Cosmos has been updated. Its effects can now trigger from your Wrath or Starfire cast, not just those in Eclipse. And then they buffed Moonfire, Sunfire, Shooting Star by 50%. The Starfire now deals 50% of primary target damage to nearby enemies, was 33. Orbital Bombardment, Stellar Flare damage increased by 30%. Cosmic Rapidity no longer affects Stellar Flare. Eclipse no longer applies activation overlays to Wrath and Starfire on your action bars. That doesn't really mean much. Torghast ability, Leaf on the Water, has been updated. Now reduces the cooldown of Solar Eclipse and Lunar Eclipse by 2 seconds. Several talents have been changed, and then I read you all the ones that got removed. Yeah, Gift of the Ancient Guardian. Ironfur increases your mastery by 5%. Bark Skin increases your max health by 20%, but its duration is reduced by 40%. It might. I don't. It might just give mastery and armor now. But where's this? Okay. Oh, yeah. Fun. Holy shit. Yep. I'll be right back. Chat. Well. Oh, X is quiet. A lot more crypto. Not much of a single target game, but. Huh. Well. Huh. I was gonna watch that, but that I don't know about that one. Yep. Huh. Well, chat. Uh, I don't even do. I need a fucking doing keys. Me, a dumbass. Lazy. Okay, so mirror images is only gonna reduce threat. Huh. Mass barrier is going to be a defensive. I guess. Above his stage range just a little bit. The interaction with that is a little weird. $382 in a month, girl. He's blasting. pretty cool. Damn. There's a lot that they're changing with Alpha. Whoa, this is weird. All this class reworks. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Huh. Whoa, there's no buttons. What the fuck? What the fuck? Whoa, this is weird. Ow. Whoa, this is weird. This is a massive change. What the fuck? There's a lot. What the fuck? I mean, I'm fine with that. Just let's see how it works. Huh. These changes are interesting. Probably shouldn't have turned on my stream, but here we are. Oh. Wait, is spell steal gone? Huh. This is weird. This is weird. Oh. I don't think I'll be able to do that though. I think I'll have to CD the ads. He basically held for like a minute, over a minute. He didn't CD ads, he CD'd damage amp, and then touched, and then just went on to the same flow. didn't. He didn't. Big CD. It's kind of interesting. This looks like he CD'd on cooldown. Touch. He held for like a minute. Looks like. Yeah, a lot of these people are like holding for like a minute. We'll have to see. Pretty cool. There's so much shit. Fucking did. This is wild. Being used to all this is kind of crazy. Yeah. Well, shit. Yeah. Shit. At this point, I'm waiting for food. Chat. No. The bot. Shit. Shit. Ammo fast.
I understand your frustration, Gaora, but do not rush to conclusions.
No, you can't. All right, I'll be right back. Did you see all the shit that they did for Midnight? They cut like a shitload of abilities. Like, your class probably has like, well, they cut a lot of classes' defensives. They made healing a lot simpler. They did a lot. Wow, I thought, well, every class got at least one defensive cut, if not more. Which, then they also nerfed all the tanks. They made all the healers simpler apparently, but they also did a lot of fucking changes. Like, they removed for preservation, they removed Cycle of Life, Emerald Communion, and Spirit Bloom. But they added like fucking 10 new talents. So, the Apex talents, Essence abilities have a chance to infuse your next reversion with the power of the Green Dragon, upgrading it to Mathara's Blessing. Mathara's Blessing, Spring of Bloom of Life from your target, healing them up to 5 other allies within 30 yards. Blooms may help your primary target multiplies if no nearby injured allies are present. Reversion protects allies, reversing 2 to 4% of all damage taken and healing them instead. Dream Breath's instant healing is increased by 125%, and Dream Breath has a 100% chance to grant Mathara's Blessing. And they added 1, 2, 3, 4 new talents. Dream. I mean, I guess you could probably. I posted the link. Yeah. Quite a lot. I changed the way that Aug Evoker works. Now it's a full raid wide buff for Ebonmite. Well, they're now going to be able to tune them. Fair enough. Dev got Arcane Vigor, Dense Energy, Firestorm, Focus Ire, Shattering Star, and Snapfire removed. They changed the way that probably they reworked all the hero talents, so those probably interact differently too. Um, so talent, so short cooldowns, iconic buttons like Prayer of Mending, Wild Growth, and Healing Stream Totems still exist and should still be potent abilities on their own. Several modifiers to these types of abilities have been adjusted, baked in, or removed. Consistency. Core healing spells like Chain Heal, Flash Heal have significantly fewer temporary modifiers that greatly increase their power. We've increased the base throughput to maintain their effectiveness. That's just like their examples. And then time to react. They changed a lot of that stuff. Oh, hello, healers of Azeroth. There are some significant changes coming to the pace and flow of healing in Midnight that we wanted to discuss and share our underlying philosophy and goals for these changes. In the War Within, healing is generally very fast paced, and healing spells can rapidly shift your raid from a several damaged state to nearly full health in a matter of seconds. It is stressful to react to rapidly changing health bars and is very intimidating for newer healers to grasp what they should be doing at any moment. Heroes have a large variety of high power cooldowns they can rotate through to handle basically every major damage event encounter. In Midnight, we have made some changes with a goal of slowing down the rate at which you can heal up a party or raid from several severely injured state. We want healing to require less pre-planning of knowing which cooldown to use at which precise moment. We want there to be less ramp up of complicated ability sequences to get effective throughput for your healing spells. Here's what we are changing for healers.
Yeah. So that's what they're doing as of right now. Yeah. So changing talent nodes, short cooldowns, consistency, and time to react. All the shit they're changing. They're heavily negating defensive use, or they're gutting all the defensive. So, like, a lot of classes will have maybe one defensive, maybe two. So the damage there will not be as bursty damage. Or one shot damage. So that'll be a big change too. Oh, I read that wrong. They increased the duration of interrupts for PvP. Oh, so interrupts last longer and it doesn't affect PvP. Oh, that wasn't a PvP thing. I just like read that really bad. Yeah, there's quite a large change. Like to every class. Fire Mage now has 3 buttons. Like your your main rotation is 3 buttons. I don't think Fellowship's like Fellowship is if Fellowship has staggered launch dates, the only thing I would like well and the only people who are gonna play it are yeah, which is a dead spot in WoW right now. It's staggered. I don't think they're gonna switch, they're gonna play both. Fellowship doesn't have enough in it to like. No, I'm talking about the fact that there's a lot of people who don't want to play an M plus and they play WoW to play Raid. People won't play that. Like there will still be a density of people who are going to play both because the things in WoW that people like are going to play WoW for, and the things they're going to play Fellowship for. And since their release dates are staggered to where they're not stacked on top of each other, you can play both without conflicting with either one. What class is this? Damn. Oh, holy got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 abilities removed. Or talents. I mean, Fellowship doesn't have a shitload of complexity either. Well, it's this. Yeah, around the sun. Well, all right now it's all we're just seeing the changes they're doing. We don't know how they're gonna change the what like. This is all theoretical. They're removing a lot of defensives. They're removing stops, making the stops that you have a little stronger. Uh, I mean, this change log is fucking massive. Like, the scroll bar is literally the size of my pinky nail. Like, how much shit is in this? They fully reworked every single class. Oh well. They reworked every single class. Midnight. They nerfed the shit out of tanks. Mm-mm. No, they didn't. I have Tears Gone and Bubble and your main CDs are longer. And you no longer have interrupts if you're Templar. Like the mass interrupts. And yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but it gets replaced if you're Templar. You no longer have it. Yeah, yeah. I have Tree is gone. It's a proc and Templar. You'll just have to watch Yoda explain it. It's all the tanks got fucking nerfed. I mean, yeah, a little bit. They're nerfed. They took away all the class defensives. Every single class has like my mage got like 4 defensives removed. Yeah, but they're changing the way that the damage you intake damage. It's not gonna be bursty. You're not gonna get fucking one shot. Yeah, more like slower pace. Remember? I mean, M plus is still gonna have its infinite scaling where you actually probably can get to the point where you get one shot. Um.
I understand your frustration.
Yeah, a lot of healers want the fucking healing change.
Conclusions.
Never nothing like it. But I also took button bloat and like reduced a lot of fucking abilities. No, that's for every class. Like 12 talents were 15 talents were removed for Unholy DK. Bursting swords is gone. You gotta like the amount of shit that they removed. Like they like removed defenses or reworked. Void Torrent, Dark Ascension, Last Word, Psychic Horror, all gone for Shadow Priest. For Holy Priest, they removed Symbol of Hope, Prayer Circle, Lightwell, Holy Mending, Heal, Everlasting Light, Divine Word, and Answered Prayers. Disc, they removed a lot. Oh my god, they removed a shitload from the main class tree for Priest. They like heavily removed shit. Oh, for prop pallies, they removed Bastion of Light, Eye of Tear, Faith in the Light, Holy Shield, Improved Holy Shield, Inmost Light, Moment of Glory, Barricade of Faith. Yeah, it says Templar has been updated. Eye of Tear replaced with Divine Toll. Well, it's removed, but I think they. Um. Ardent Defender lasts an additional 2 seconds. Avenging Wrath and Guardian of Ancients has a 50% reduced cooldown and 40% reduced duration. Oh, now they're just weaker. A lot weaker. Hammer of Light. Uh, yeah. Yeah, they did a lot of like. I think what they're doing. Well, I mean, I think this was like something they needed to do. Because basically, I'm pretty sure what they're doing. They removed Storm, Earth, and Fire for Monk. So basically, they removed like Icy Veins is gone from Frost Mage. It's now Ray of Frost. Our main cooldown. A Glacial Spike is gone because it's baked into Frostbolt. Like, dude, they removed a fuck load of things. Well,
I think the reason why they're doing this is so they can actually add complexity without adding weird fucking interactions. At least that's what people think. Because they're kind of doing like a Legion thing where they're like reducing all of the abilities, the like interaction things, and then reducing it down to a simple level so they can build off of it. It's easier to build. Oh, I got Wade in 45 minutes. Well, oh yeah, you got that weekend. That's summer. No, I'm fucking pulling Nexus King. Now I'm a fucking raider. I'm not a troll no more. No, there's 3 mages on the fight. Well, we're 2 arcanes. That's a perfect arcane fight. So, yeah, no, Fire Mage is a 3-button rotation now, Fox. It's you got Fireball, Pyroblast. If you Talon and a Flame Strike, you got Flame Strike and Fire Blast. You press Fireball until you get a hot streak, press Fire Blast, and then press Pyro. And then if you get a Pyroclasm, you hard cast Pyro. And then you do your Combust. And then that's it. And they removed like a lot of defensive cooldowns throughout every class. And they reworked. Everything got touched. All the DPS specs, all the fucking healer specs, and all the fucking tank specs. Oh yeah, Prot Warrior got anger management removed. Yeah, they're actually removing a lot. Like, kind of wild.
Understand your frustration, Gaora, but do not rush to conclusions.
Well, and I'm pretty sure this is like this is a stat squish and a full just game squish, so then they can like build off of it, because they did this in Legion as well apparently, where they kind of reduced the amount, which I honestly think we're gonna have to end up doing this eventually anyway, because like, oh, and I read it wrong, Fox. Interrupt silence longer. Now you get locked. The lockout is longer, not shorter, and it's PvE only. Change, not PvP. I read that so wrong. Yeah, and then they changed the way that diminishing returns work, so now every stop will stop. There is not every stop will stop until 1/16 of the duration. And then you have to wait 16 seconds. But by the time the mobs will just be dead. They're also bringing back Algathar. They already have the dungeon pull. They brought... That shit's fucking so fun. So Seed of the Triumphant from Legion, Sky Reach from Warlords of Draenor, and Pit of Sauron from Wrath of the Lich King. Yep. Yep, Pit of Sauron. Well, we'll play Seed of Triumph and fucking remix. Sky Reach. I mean, obviously, all the Pit's gonna be completely reworked because, like, they're gonna have to completely change everything on it. They're doing like quite a large change, and we just have to see how it plays out. Like, I mean, obviously, it's fucking alpha. The game, this expansion won't launch for another like 4 months, 5 months. So, I mean, quite a lot can change, but Valor Stones being removed is fucking lit. No. So they more explained what they're changing with combat add-ons. Weak auras won't be disabled. You'll still be able to use them for the same fucking things. It just combat-oriented shit won't be as much of a thing. They tested private auras. This shit doesn't work. We just fucking get around it from a macro. Ian said, where is it? Is weak or is being canned entirely? I just use it for aesthetic purpose. No, absolutely not. I just want to super clarify there. A lot of the shorthand here has been like, oh, Blizzard's killing weak auras. That is not what we are doing. We're going to have a technical blog rolling out for add-on authors in the next day or two that lays out the system we have in place, but it's really focused specifically on reading combat events and combat states. Whereas in the past, we disabled, like, we wanted to break add-ons or limit what add-ons could do. For those of you who are familiar and with how add-ons work, there was a system called Taint, basically. Taint, basically, where a portion of the UI could be protected and add-ons weren't allowed to manipulate it in combat. And if they tried to, it just kind of broke the UI. That's a very heavy-handed approach. We don't want to take such a heavy-handed approach because we want to persist aesthetic. Aesthetic customization, that core functionally of just what people have used add-ons for 20 years. The new system that our UI engineers have come up with is what we're calling secret values, where basically the UI still works as before, except that when there is a buff on you or a damage event that has happened in combat, those items are increased a black box. The UI and add-ons can know that that box exists. They can display information about it in a larger way, smaller way. They can make it pink if they want. Just like some other stuff. And then they talked about some pre-patch stuff. Given the upcoming removal of many boss mod tools, how are we planning to preserve and intend difficult encounters and preserve in difficult encounters, and how are players expected to be able to handle? They answered that. Debuff and external tracking. Yeah, there's quite a fuck. Well, he has you muted. Yes, because he's pissed at. He's like, I don't want to fucking play with him anymore because he fucking just makes me mad. And that, what happened on Monday, like, I'm just not anymore. I mean, he couldn't control it because of his internet. I don't know.
I don't really care.
But Devin was like, Fellowship's gonna kill this game. I'm like, no, it won't. See, WoW's allowed to do what they're about to do, and people are still going to play it. Fellowship's not allowed to do that. They don't have a player base like that. Well, that's also what I was saying. I'm like, there's people that won't play Fellowship because they don't want to play that aspect of the game. They want to play Raid. There's people that are just gonna play WoW because they just want to play Raid. Well, and I was also saying, I was also adding to the fact that, like, also, you're talking about they're removing complexity in WoW. Fellowship doesn't have much complexity either. Like, they're just gonna be like similar, and well.
Like, don't get me wrong, Fellowship's got its like I think, but the thing is, I don't think Fellowship will kill WoW. Like, because of the main fact that Fellowship's not going to stack their releases when WoW does, because no one will play when, like, it's going to be staggered. Like, fucking
Yeah, like, that's Devin was like, Fellowship comes out in two weeks. I'm like, well, yeah, there's nothing going on in WoW. You can go play that for a little bit. I don't know. Because the Fellowship's not going to kill this game. I mean, it might make people like Yoda was fucking jokingly saying it. He's like, if they gutted Prop Pally this bad, I might just have to go play Fellowship. Well, I mean, to be fair, we're looking at it from the game. Like, the problem is everyone's looking at it at the aspect of the game right now. the game right now with all of these changes, it's like, well, how the fuck is it gonna be doable? But like, they're also changing the way that the game's gonna interact. So like, you don't know how. You can't even comprehend how these changes are gonna interact. You can do the rotation, like for classes that have their abilities and shit removed, you can do the rotation and see how it changes in their rotation. But you really can't determine how well the tanks and the healers are going to perform, or even how they're going to feel, because the game isn't like, we don't even have in-game to be able to test it. So, and I don't really care that, oh, now I got 3 buttons. I mean, it's still gonna be there's still gonna be skill expression. I'm like, bro, it's how well you can move and not move, and make sure, like, there's still gonna be an aspect of, there's gonna be people who are bad and there's gonna be people who are good. Like, it's not gonna change it. It's just like a fucking shooter. Like, it's just less things. Like, what, 7? Black Ops 7? I won't ever play it anyway. I never played Black Ops 6. I'm not... Devin says he might quit the game because all these changes, and I'm like, well, it's your prerogative, but this won't stop me from playing the game. I'm still gonna fucking play it. Like, the foundation of the game is still there, because you still have to, like, the thing is, well, those are that. Well, I guess they're kind of the same, but the reason why I like WoW is completely different of the reason why I like Rust, though. Like, I like WoW because there's damage checks, there's number thingies, like. The only thing that Rust had was the recoil. That was literally, I mean, yeah, you're gonna change the fucking rotation, but it's not gonna change the fact that you still have to min-max your fucking damage. You're still gonna be able to do content where you're getting damage checked if you don't press your abilities perfectly. There's still gonna be theory crafters that are gonna fucking theory craft the shit out of your abilities. It might be more streamlined, but I also think they're specifically making this more streamlined. They're basically ripping it apart so they can look at it all and be like, oh, I could add here and it wouldn't break something. Oh, I could add it here and I wouldn't break something. Because that's the problem. They got so much shit that stacks on top of each other. Like, of Arcane, for example. Bro, you have Evo that does nothing but give you main stat, and that's why you press it. And then you have all these other buttons, like, they can actually make things that actually interact. Like, there's actually going to be a rotation in Spellslinger where you're just pressing blast, orb, and missiles, and you're not pressing, or blast, or you're not pressing missiles, and you're only pressing blast, barrage, and orb, because orb benefits off of clear casting. So you get the same things from missiles and orb. So you'll have a rotation where you don't press missiles. You'll have a rotation where you do press missiles. Like, and I think, like, eventually this game is going to need that, because like, especially these last 3 expansions have really added a culmination of stacking shit that really made it a clusterfuck, where they needed to squish. They needed their stat squish. Well, They did the ability squish too, which makes it simple. It makes it simpler. Yeah, I mean, I understand the reason for removing so many stops. Why the fuck do I have so many stops? One stop should be good enough for every class. Why do I have fucking 10 defensives? And if I don't rotate them properly, I die. That's not fun. A lot of players, like when I watch Max, he's like, who the fuck? I don't want to play. Like, that shit's bloat. That just makes the game uncontrollably, like, hard and weird for that interaction. And then he's like, well, a lot of healers have asked for the healing to change. They didn't like this bursty healing bullshit where if you didn't react within 0.1 seconds, someone just gets one shot. And it's like, oh, well, how the fuck am I supposed to heal that? And like, there's times where you just die, you use all your defensives, and it's like you're relying on the healer, but the healer has nothing too. There's like, well, I'm fucking shit out of luck. Like, I mean, I expected this change to come. And I mean, this is Midnight, season 1. This will be season 1. We don't know what they're going to change for season 2, season 3, the last, whatever the fuck that next expansion is called. And they're going to change, they're going to do the same thing they did in Midnight, and they'll go do it into the fucking next expansion launch. Like, they've been gutting tanks because they didn't like it. Now they're gutting the tanks' actual ability amount, which I think they needed to do this in order to make it easier for new players to come in and actually try to figure some things out. They don't need to go do fucking 10 million, like 10 hours of research just to try to figure out how to fucking do something. Like, there's still gonna be every aspect of WoW is you're gonna have less things going on. Now, Fired Up Preheat was like, I don't like how there's not really anything going on, but I'm gonna keep an open mind because this is literally the first alpha release of all this. But right now, there's like nothing you're thinking about when you're playing Fire. You're just fucking brain dead. You're just like sitting there pressing your buttons, and you got like nothing to think about because Scorch is gone. Scorch is Fireball now. Like, the things that Scorch did is just baked in a Fireball. And like, yo, all your abilities on Fire take up 1.5 action bars, if that. Like, you take up almost no action bars. The new Demon Hunter spec looks kind of cool. Instead of Immolation Aura, you have this Void Aura, and it does fire damage to you. So it kills you, but then you can take a talent that makes you heals you a percentage of that damage. I mean, all I'm saying is like, this is like, they were gonna do something like this. Like, they do this every expansion. They do like a big rework, and since they really didn't add a mass amount of stuff, I kind of expected something like this could happen. I mean, I think we just have to see. Like, I mean, like, this is literally, at this point, we're like speculating. Like, a lot of the content creators got access to alpha. They were able to test, but like, this is still all theory. Like, we haven't seen a raid, we haven't seen M+, so we have no clue how it's actually gonna feel. These guts to the tanks could be completely fine, because maybe there's just less tank smashes, less things that are just gonna fucking one-shot you. Like, maybe Big Mom only tank smashes you every minute of the fight, or every 30 seconds of the fight. 45, like, Like that's another thing. They're removing all these fucking defensive cooldowns. You're no longer gonna have like bursty damage or one shots because you're not gonna have as many defensives. You can like actually choose when you want a defensive. Like there's more of a choice and less of a requirement. Like, I mean, obviously if you get a debuff on you, you're fucking defensive just to reduce the damage. But I mean, mirror images is only gonna, it's no longer reducing damage, it's just reducing threat. And there's a talent that I can take that whenever I blink, it drops a mirror image. So I can just fucking have threat reduced every time I blink. Like, I guess. A lot of the they made Cauterize no longer do damage to you, and it's a 6-minute cooldown. So it's like a pretty good cheat death now, but it kind of like balances it out. Like, and there, like, it's a large magnitude of changes, and until there's content that can challenge the character, you can't really figure out how these changes will affect. Based on their changes in the combat design, the fight design, damage prof, like all this shit can completely change all of this. Like that, you can't like, well, and there's so much like still to be filled out, right? Like, I don't know. I think we just have to wait. Like, I think we just need more information. We need to wait until this happens. I think there's people that are being doomers, but that's typical of shit. I mean, boo-hoo, it sounds pretty bad, but it's like, I mean, I do not think that that's going to happen. They will not kill the game. I think it will just change the way that people view the game. I think it will make people actually like. I think it'll make it new player friendly more. So it might actually just they might lose old players. Oh, it 100%. I think. I knew how to level a character in Quest. Yeah, like if we're taking into consideration that this is like, so basically we're kind of starting at the birth of a new era of WoW when they do this again. Like you're going to learn shit as they add shit instead of learning all the shit they've already added and then more stuff they add. Like, they're adding people's class tier sets from this expansion to their talent tree. Arcane's gonna get the lesser time warp that I get from this season whenever I fucking exit stuff. They're reducing the amount of things that overlap because and they're making it one thing and interact in one way. The complexity is getting massively reduced. The playability is gonna make it way higher, and I think the people who even were to like, because that's the thing. WoW, like, it won't be as easy as Classic or like any of the. There's still gonna be a rotation. You're still gonna have important shit to do. Like, it's just much simpler for someone who's like, oh, I'm a fucking 20-year-old that's never seen an MMO. Like, that's the problem right now with MMOs is there's not a large majority of young people that are going into them. And if they can get the ability for people like that to come into the game, that will massively grow them because the people who are playing are slowly getting older, slowly getting things that they have to do. And then it just reduces their pop. Or there's people Like it's kind of stuff like that. I mean, it, this is just bound to happen. I mean, I don't know why anyone would be shocked. You just like they're gonna still listen to feedback and interact, but I think this was probably necessary because like the amount of weird interaction, like for example, when you're playing Sub Rogue, all those weird niche interactions, you have to do so much research to like make sure you know them all. All that like weird niche shit's gonna get removed.
But do not rush to conclusions.
Like things like it's going to be more of a thing where you can log on to a character, play it, and actually kind of understand it. You might have to do a little bit of research, but you won't have to spend so much time trying to figure out these weird niches because Blizzard decided to make them interact in this specific way. But it's also a factor of like what happens when you keep adding stuff on top and you don't fix the things at the bottom. And I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to fix everything at the bottom and build off of a secure and made concrete foundation instead of a cracked, halfly built foundation. I think that this is all this is doing. Like, especially... Yeah. Oh. Yeah, that one was OP as fuck. The survival hunter one. Like, I mean... Like, I think people are... I think there's gonna be more... Like, I think... There's still gonna have to be, like... There's still gonna be... The fact that you won't be able to track people's... Now, see, I haven't seen anything confirming this, right? I've just heard fucking pro players say it, so, like... They could be right, they could be wrong. I don't know. Like, you won't be able to track people's stops and interrupts and stuff. Which I don't know if that's true or not. Like, the thing is Fellowship, yes, has infinite play, but you're going to still hit a wall regardless of how infinite it is. And I think there's more affixes, and that's about it. And then the way that the game interacts is a little different. But I mean, I think, like, I mean, I agree with Max full-heartedly. He's like, they have separate release schedules. WoW's allowed to change shit and not lose player base, while if well, and another thing is WoW has 39 specializations or more. And Fellowship has 8. Oh, Manather released a 41-minute video of what the fuck happened to Frostmage, complete midnight rework explained in good and bad. Well, it's like, I like. I think the little niches of like where you can just play Mythic Plus as the main content. People are like, I don't. I think people are gonna play both over quitting one or the other. Or there's there might be people who are just not like. I might end up playing Fellowship. I just like, yeah, when WoW's not anything, like take a couple week break and then come back to WoW. All right, I have to go get food and fucking eat it really quickly before. Well, shit. Hope it doesn't. Well, what is he doing? I don't know.
Not really. No. We're assuming January or February. Player housing is December 2nd. Midway through what? It'll be in February, January, or February. But 100% guarantees to me January or February. We just don't know what date. Yes. Yep. I mean, Vi did a lot with us, though. I mean, every single class is now, all of us have fucking put hands in. Well, Monk would be tank. You would not DPS Monk. That would be retarded. You just tank it. Well, I mean, hands in everything that actually matters. A Monk healer's dog shit. Tank's the only one that's decent. Pretty much, yeah. It's like 790. 690. We need to get gilded now. I pounded through all my food. Feral druids give us monk too. Feels nice. I'm gonna level every single class again. Unless I somehow manage to get myself on a team where I have to do splits. Which then I'm leveling like 3 mages. I doubt I managed to do that. I'll just be leveling all the classes. Power of BM. Yeah, no, they changed your. You pretty bursty. Yeah, if you actually pop them on cooldown and make sure that you're using, you just burst. You have a lot of fucking bursts. How many pulls did it take them? 124 pulls killed Nexus King. Nexus King Saladin. Jesus Christ. The guild that reached out to me is on Nexus King 140 pulls deep at 50.9% at P3. Well, I mean, I don't really care that you like. Why don't you not want to tell him? I just didn't give a fuck. I'm like, I'm not listening to this over talk bullshit. That pisses me off more than it pisses me off that I. That's his prerogative. He didn't say anything to me.
Yeah, I'm good at that. Yeah, but I couldn't make you fucking mute me. I don't know what it is. I mean, we get used to going on tangents with each other. Supposed to. Don't know if they will.
The Shadow Guard have reinforced their garrisons. We can't let them keep this foothold. Gather the uncollected men and drive them out of their bases.
Key level? I'm just farming gear. Farming crest. Yeah, it's pretty brain dead to get 3K. Once you get a little bit of gear.
Oh, shit. Yeah. What's your wait? What was it? Yeah, because you can get more than that off of it by being in it. Uh huh. Yeah, yep. Well, well,
Wait, wait. Someone said. Wait, why am I not in the VC? I gotta go.
cities. Yep. 2 tries. Then I just write it to show that I'm an asshole. Really? Nope. They're fully for healing for right now. So I just closed the game. Oh, did you buy it? Or was that on a trade? Oh, oh, you got a chess piece? Oh, fucking clear. I'm glad I have the PTB. Yep, PTB on my alt account. Sure. Yeah, right now we can't even get out of P1. I'm gonna go take a shit. Well, I'm taking a shit. Is that what you hope? Well, I mean, I was in yesterday. We were 3 healing, and now we're 4 healing. I just have Domsy's fucking stream open with no audio. I don't want to hear double. Alright, I'll be back. I'm going to the back.
Oh, go away. Go away. Huh. What does that mean? I got 14 ping in this channel. I got 213 now. Yeah, 14 ping. That's pretty fucking low. 12 ping. Pretty good. Huh.
6767. Does Brian still? No, he's handling his mom. His mom got something and she said she needs adult supervision. I know, rolling with a dapper ranch. Oh, what's going on? I'm confused. Well, I'm waiting. It doesn't take that long. Although there was times where he'd get in a shitload of episodes one day. Sounds about right. Yeah. better. Yep, you feel the power of BM Hunter Fox. It feels weird going from a no CD spec to a shitload of CD spec. Skirt.
Do they not? Do they? Do you not use that ability on the third ability on the weak aura? Oh. I don't know. I guess it's because you probably it's atrocities probably updated the week or it just you haven't updated in a long time. I'm just waiting for point 5 to update.
Who's shrilling up? Oh, you love that shit. What are you doing? Oh shit. Fucking done. Wait, damn. It's already been almost 2 hours. 2. I'll be out at 10 and we can go run keys till 4 a.m. No, let's get Rezo 16 and get Rezo 17. Yeah, the shitty boomy. Bro, all I'm saying is, Via, have you looked at the class changes for midnight?
That no longer happens. You Well, it's like you go into solar eclipse. Oh, you want to go to lunar? You cast the other one while you're in that eclipse. Damn, that had a lot of fucking dust on it. Who would have thought? You just want to roly with a data range? I'm having a stroke putting this in. What the fuck? Yeah, you could do that. Oh, my fucking nose, this buzzy bow. All right, you could get a 16. You can get a 17 out of that. Oh, there's someone 35 and a half? Well, oh, did I get sent to the AFK channel on my main? Yeah, I did.
I like how you called Watch Me Get a Helmet and you just fucking get a helmet. Well, just walk through, walk back, and you're there. Shit. I'm tired. Hey, Bo. Bo. It's called being a manager. Yeah, Fox walked into the streets. I want to keep going. I did that. I disappeared for 6 months. straight up, it's straight up work too.
I'm getting in here. Yeah, it looks like the fucking tank.
Fatality! Fatality!
All right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One. Done. Two.
I'll take that.
One. Done.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One. Done. Two. One. Done. 3, 2, 1. Done.
Five, four, three, two, one. Five, four, three, two, one.
One. Done.
Five, four, three, two, one.
1. Done. Two. 1. Done. Three. 2. 1. Done.
Five, four, three, two, one. Five, four, 3, 2, 1.
One. Done. Two. One. Done. Three. Two. One. Done.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One. Done. Three. 2. 1. Done.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One. Done. Two. One. Done. Three. Two. One. Done.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One. Done.
Oh, that's.
Two. One. Done. Three. Two. One. Done.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One. Done. Two. One. Done. Three. Two. One. Done.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One. Done. Two. One. Done. Three.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One. Done. Two. One. Done. 3, 2, 1. Done.
Five, four, three, two, one. Five, four, three, two, one.
One. Done.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One. Done. Two. One. Done. Three. Two. One. Done.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One. Done.
Execute their mind train. Long live the Nexus King.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One. Done. Two.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There. That was just a rough one. Yeah.
1. Done.
Slide that shit, red.
Two. 1. Done. Three. 2. 1. Done.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Jumped off. Where do I even spawn? How did I get here? Yeah. I fucking ripped to jump off.
Four, three, two, one.
One. Done. Two. One. Done. Three. Two. One. Done.
Five, four, three, two, one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One. Done.
All dimensions open
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
1. Done. Two. 1. Done. Three. 2. 1. Done.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One. Done. Two. One. Done. Three. Two. One. Done.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One. Done. Two. One. Done. Three. Two.
Five, four, three, two, one.
One. Done. 3, 2, 1. Done.
Five, four, three, two, one. Five, four, three, two, one.
1. Done. Two. 1. Done. Three. 2. 1. Done.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Interrupt. Five, four, three, two, one.
One. Done. Two. One. Done. 2, 1. Done.
Five, four, three, two, one. Five, four, three, two, one.
One. Done. Two. One. Done.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One. Done. Two. One. Done. Three. Two. One. Done.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Open mind. Well, they didn't say that. There was a post that's saying that they aren't removing the visual aspects. They're just removing the things that affect combat. Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, it's only 3 buttons.
I think they're partially doing it because, I mean, some people think that like they reduce all the clutter and then they build off of a better baseline because it was so wonky to tune on some aspects. Because, like, for example, there's weird interactions that, like, just starting over is easier than fucking trying to fix it.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a
This is also the first.
fine.
True. Yeah. I mean, we're still 6 months out. This is the first view, and I mean, I'm just trying to see what more they're gonna do, because I mean, they've flipped stuff quickly, randomly, sometimes. I don't think they're gonna change most of this. No. Yeah. I think the defensive bloat needed to be removed. I do agree with that one. Like, oh yeah. Yeah, it's like, and because they had so much defensive bloat, they had to add one-shot burst damage, so if you didn't react, you get killed.
I understand your frustration, Gaora, but do not rush to conclusions.
I mean, well, also Dragonflight made it to where we all of a sudden went from a couple defensives, and then it added a shitload because we got a lot more util. So I heard some leaking stuff. Yeah. One, I mean, also, I mean, the leadership changed at Blizzard and Legion right after Legion, right? So they tested in BFA because they wanted to be a Legion 2.0.
I mean, Og's getting a big, yeah, Og's getting a big change.
if they did details and bigwigs and all of them right, because they have backend, they can already force update and like change things before it even happens. That's if they do it. Because they have more access to backend with all the add-ons, or if they're embedded into the game compared to being add-ons. Yep. I think a lot of these a lot of these changes I think are more inclined for like making it easier access for people who actually want to try the game. They don't have to spend a month trying to figure out, oh, I need all these add-ons in order to be able to do anything effectively. Xbox Game Pass, they get added to that. Oh. Oh well, yeah, for sure. Yeah, cause I've taught a couple of people fully how to play this game from not knowing what the fuck's going on, and I'm like, if you just download these weak auras, you'll actually be able to learn what, because it'll actually have the things you need to track, and then you can look at those and pop them up, and then if you're like, oh, what's that buff? Ask me. I'll go. We'll go look in your talent tree and figure out what that buff does. So then you know how it interacts with your class, so you know whether to use it and how to use it. Yeah. Oh, I have a my friend's a Prez main, and he fucking loves the shit out of that class. He's like, he's. Oh yeah, he can. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Same with my barrage. My barrage is 112k and it hits for 51 million. There is so many amplifiers for one ability. And if you don't do, and then this ability might amplify this ability, but you have to do it in order to make it amplify the last ability. Oh yeah, Frost Mage got big changed. Icy Veins is no longer a thing. You don't need Brain Freeze. You have like these stacks. It's just haste. Well, they removed thermal propulsion, so you couldn't keep 100% uptime anymore. But the problem is it's so heavily sim bait because you can't keep enough uptime and cast all the shit, so like you can't even pull off what it's simming. And then for fire, that shit was impossible to tune because they made one hero talent revolve around Ignite and the other hero talents revolve around your spenders. So if they buffed your spenders on one, if they just buffed your spenders, one was better than the other. So they separated, they nerfed Ignite way more, and then made us not so much of a CDR spec. Because that was the main problem that a lot of mages didn't like. Is it was so CDR reliant. It's a minute 30 spec now. That's exactly what they did. They removed everything that's additive. Like, yeah, you have it yeah, extends it a little bit. Yeah. So, and they remove Phoenix Flames, so you just have Fire Blast. I didn't really. I mean, I just played with what it was, but I mean, there's a lot of like in a lot of these class trees, a lot of like have just straight up dead talents. Like you're like, yeah, that talent's never gonna be taken because that ability that it applies to just does nothing. And it's like that's one way. I mean, yeah. But the one thing that I said one thing that they did with these tier sets, though, is they made it to where other talent builds was actually possible this season.
I know for a fact there's gonna be a shit ton of doomers.
You are welcome.
Do you have a query?
Yeah. Yeah, and the clutter, I was kind of expecting that this was gonna eventually happen because I was like, well, how are you gonna fix this all? Because there is a lot that, especially with like defensive blow. And I mean, all these talents that are dead or abilities they're trying to make not dead, and they're just like not figuring it out. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. And I do think so.
uh. Oh. You don't have to fucking RNG that shit?
Yeah, like yeah. Yeah, I will say that that is the like on a lot of classes and it the variance in RNG feels bad in your rotation. That's something that like either like I didn't like Frost because the proc bloat, like the amount of procs that you just would sit on because you're like, yeah, that's not worth pressing. That's doesn't feel right. I didn't like that. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure. Tempest, yeah. And it's like you don't press like 4 of them, 5 of them. You're just like, yeah, I'm not gonna press that.
Work cycle interrupted.
Just some artwork. I don't know if I want that right now. I'm not really interested in that at the moment.
It's stages instead of 4 individual.
I'm heading out.
If you,
I'm gonna
if
do
you
more
roll
tomorrow.
4, you'll have all 4, right? It's not that like it just swaps.
Well, it's like levels, Frank. So yes, but also,
I think that's better.
oh yeah, it's way better. And the idea is that like, so if you roll a 1 buff, then you spend a combo point spender, it'll give you the second buff. Now you're a 2 buff. Without having to repress roll the bones.
I don't know. And like I said earlier though, like
I understand your frustration, Gaora.
When they have done these stat squishes in the past, once you get through the leveling process where your character's just getting weaker.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if it'll actually happen this
Yeah,
time.
I don't know how that'll work.
Squished. But like the game, like thinking back to season 1 Shadowlands.
Yeah.
The game's relatively balanced. Now at the high end, obviously you have fucking like 5 unholy DKs and 7 marksman hunters because there was no raid buffs, right? But like, I do have confidence that we will have a balanced.
I think it will be easier for them to actually look into like specific abilities. There won't be so much like, oh, if we tune this ability, all of a sudden it interacts with that in a odd way that like we can't quite
well, that's the thing of like certain classes you can't buff something because it affects 100 other things.
It's the reason why the only thing they can tune on Shadow Priest is Psychic Link.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
By
the
increments
big
of
culprit.
5 only. Only plus or minus 5. Never more than 5. Never less than 5. They have only
So what
ever
happened?
tuned Shadow or Psychic Link in increments of 5%.
Season 2 Dragonflight.
Yeah, they buffed it and it became a fucking
Fire Mage rework too.
And then they nerfed it by 5%. And then it was good, and then they nerfed it by 5%. And then it was bad, and they buffed it by 5%.
This is the highest they've had it at, right?
Yes, it is the highest it's been in a long time. But they took something out of it. Like it now like does. That's the thing that like they had to remove something that counted towards Psychic Link to buff it to its current level.
I mean, yeah, Ignite was the fucking hard problem because it was like, oh, you want to have the spenders do more damage? Well, our combust uptime's so high that if you buff our spenders, we're spamming them so much that our Ignite actually just gets fucking amplified to oblivion. So if you buff our spenders, all of a sudden Ignite's doing a shitload more. That's what
Just one of them funny
it's
effects
the
that, like,
it's the one where you buff it 5% and then all of a sudden it's like way ahead.
yeah, because it's uncapped.
And it only has like 3 sources of damage.
Yeah,
But
and then
it's all so
the higher
entrenched
you-
in each other.
The craziest thing is when Fire Mage is good, the higher you get, the more single target they play while doing mass AoE.
Yeah. Yeah. That and and because they have such high combust time, it's impossible to make it make their spenders okay without fucking just making Ignite go to oblivion.
Yeah, you just gotta make Pyroblast their highest source of damage, and then give them a fixed
Then
duration.
Toski will be a pro, dude. I don't know. They have to. I'm not like a huge fan of how they've changed Warlock in the past, but they definitely made haste not as impactful, and I kind of think that would be beneficial for some other classes as well.
So,
Like I think if they had a way to make Fire Mage not so haste dependent, that would be.
From what I changes I've looked at, so the kindling, which was the thing that made us have high CDR, they made that lock to 30 seconds, so it just reduces your cooldown by 30 seconds. So combust is 1:30. You can extend the duration a little bit, but like mostly, and they took Arcane's execute out and then made Fire's execute better. So Fire is now the niche execute mage spec again, where they took Scorch, but Fireball works the way that Scorch does when it gets into execute range.
You can cast Fireball while moving?
Not that
that it
part,
always
but the crit
Oh.
and execute. And then they made divided Ignite build more to where it's a little harder to go into Ignite talents while also taking like Flame Strike or like other talents that affect different areas. So you're not getting all of the Ignite talents while also getting some AoE talents. So now Ignite scaled, like, because you could take Flame Strike talents where you'd get 100% effectiveness for Ignite. And like, that's nice and all, but then that makes whenever you buff Flame Strike, it just goes to oblivion.
Now,
And
if you
the CD
asked me, I guess, what to do to Fire Mage, like to make it fair-ish, more sane to balance, whatever, because
make it a solid spec, and then
you should make it so that like I think every Fire Mage likes the idea of like combustion, likes the idea of like a big Ignite payoff, but the fact that Ignite is just this ever persistent thing that everything contributes to Ignite and applies Ignite and does Ignite, like I think they should like you only get Ignite during combustion. Like you build up a big Ignite and then you spend like build a huge Ignite and then spread
You
it.
only get the damage.
Well,
up
so
from combustion.
Only during
you
combustion.
can't spread it anymore unless you take spread talents. So it's only a single target dot if you do. So they don't know why, but they put in the talent where into your mastery where Fire Blast spreads Ignite. Well, they took that out now, which needed to be taken out because that made it to where Ignite was good in AoE because it kept spreading, and no matter what talents you took. So now they took that out, and then they made it into a 2-point node. So you actually have to actually put a decent amount of points into it to actually get it to cleave, which I think Ignites should be more of a single target. And if you take like cleave talents, like in raid, it should be cleave. Dungeons, you shouldn't. It should be more weight on flame strike because it is your AoE. I want the spinders to do damage, not my fucking dot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's meaningful gameplay around, like, if only combustion applies Ignite, then your payoff would be, oh, we're gonna do a big pull. I'm gonna pop combustion. I'm going to build up a big Ignite, and then I'm gonna spread it. And
yeah.
Ignite will do a lot of damage. Like your spenders will do a lot of damage, but Ignite will also do a lot of damage, and then it'll burn the pack down, and that will still feel good and like be impactful. But you also won't have to worry about that happening every single trash pull because you don't have an Ignite to spread outside of combustion. You're just casting Flame Strike and no Ignite.
In MDI and Shadow Moon Burial Ground, where they just pull like 75 mobs onto the first boss, and the Fire Mage just deletes them all.
Yeah. Like, I like what changes they did to both all the mage specs. I didn't really look much into Frost, but the fact that they're like moving a little bit in it, like these different changes, I'm like open to it. I'm like, well, let's see how this rolls, because like, hey, the arcane changes, I'm like, okay. So they made it to where you can use clear casting on orb and missiles. So like if you're spell slinger, you do orb rotation instead of with missiles. And then you do missiles with Sun Fury, and like Arcane Explosion was useless. Yeah, explosion. Yeah, they gave Arcane Pulse, which I was like, okay, well now we're gonna actually have something that's gonna be useful, because now we don't have to be forced to stand in melee, because they removed all of the talents that made Arcane Blast AoE. So, and they also removed the amplifier on evocation, so no more pre-evoing. But honestly, that's another thing. I mean, you can easily just tune it.
Was the point. It was like,
yeah.
And that's exactly the type of shit that in a weak auralist world they have to get rid of, is the, oh, well, what does evocate do? It gives you mana? Well, it gives you mana.
2%.
And actually, it gives you
all the way up to
gives you main stat, and it increases your mana regeneration, and like no, fucking cut that. That's too long of an explanation. What does it do? Gives you mana. Period. Dot. Move on.
Yeah.
All it does is give you mana.
Yeah, and they removed all these amplifiers to barrage, and they just added, like, they removed Nether Precision to where you gotta cast missiles and then do a blast or barrage. They removed that.
I hate it.
They added something called Arcane Salvo that stacks up to 100% damage increase as you're like fighting combat whenever you use a clear casting. So it's just like something passive, or whenever your orb hits a mob. So I was like, okay, that's better. And like they removed all, because that's the Arcane does have a lot of fucking amplifiers. A lot of the classes have way too much amplifiers, and reducing all that bloat of amplification, you can actually add like talents that aren't just fucking passive. And then all the changes they made in the main trees too, like they removed shifting, so now we don't have CDR, which a lot of mages, and I just used it because it's there, but they removed the CDR aspect of shifting, or completely removed shifting powers, which I'm like, well, now we're just a hard 1 minute 30 instead of a weird weird timer, but it was weird enough to where it lines up with like you can pull off some really weird, like the timer could be weird on a boss fight, but you can still get it right in there and still fit a cooldown in because it lines up just perfectly. And like, well, I mean, the removal of a lot of these, they removed a lot of the mobility stuff that was useless and some of the stops. There was a lot of, I don't exactly, but there's a lot. I was reading a lot of them looking. I'm just waiting for someone like go through all of the class changes, but like, and actually see them all. But I want to see them in action.
Did
Like,
they get rid of alter time, or is that baseline?
so they didn't remove
oh, no,
it.
There it is. There it is. It's up in the top corner of your tree. Okay.
They didn't remove it. They just added some other talents that affect it in a weird way. Like, I was like, well, that's interesting how that works.
How am I supposed to not kill myself if you give me alter time?
Alter time is like a
You'll just have to actually stand
Such
and move
a-
instead of like altering and removing the healing done to you.
yeah. Alter's a weird one because like if you don't know that you're gonna get one shot, or you can only do it in like specific scenarios, and if you're gonna get one shot, alter does nothing for you. You pre-altering, oh, I just went 100 to 0. Well, alter didn't do anything for me there. It won't save me in most
I think
scenarios,
alter
but
was one of the cooldowns that like, if you just use that shit on cooldown, like,
You're trolling.
you have so much fucking ability to survive. You can't die.
I mostly use Falter for the blink that gives. It just gives me a blink. I'm like, more mobility.
Alters is just like fucking renewing blaze. If you like plan out your defensives and know when shit's gonna happen and you pre-pop it, you are literally unkillable.
Because you can do it in a tank, like a soak, but like,
That's
the
what I mean,
problem
like,
is
it's like, oh, the raid is gonna take a bunch of damage here. I'm gonna.
it's
press alt.
movement, it is abilities, all right? The hard part is like,
The
well,
big problem with alter is your ability to absolutely fuck yourself when you press.
oh yeah, because like,
compared to renewing blaze, where renewing blaze is just pop it before you take damage.
Yeah, if you press
but-
it and then don't take damage, you're not punished.
Exactly. Or renewing blaze is if you're late to pressing it, it doesn't actually negatively harm you anyway. Whereas if you mistime your alter, right, because you're off by a global whatever, you accidentally click something else, and then you click alter, congrats, now you're an alter back at fucking 23% health.
or you alter when it's safe and some damage is gonna go out, and then all of a sudden a swirly drops on your altar, and you're like, well, that's not good. Or like,
you cancel alter.
you have to, well, yeah, you have to have an aura to
But
do it, but that's
the idea is
a
that
bitch.
like you could, if you're not like alter damage altering, like that's when it even remotely is a chance to get sketchy. If you're just like alter damage alter, like there's no way that like a swirly is gonna appear in the fucking 10th
Well, yeah.
second that you.
But like, I mean, this is a small niche instance, but like, they don't fix alter on the boat of Dawnbreaker, so it's killed me because when you alter, it has a fixed location. So if the boat's moving, it will turn me like 180 degrees all of a sudden. And I was going to blink another direction, and then I blinked that way, and it's like, oh, that wasn't where I wanted to go.
I think
no, that's
like
just
there's 100 different
Dawnbreaker,
abilities that
though.
are broken with that.
Yeah,
boat.
Yeah, but that's a weird niche. Dawnbreak,
Even
that
even
boat's
sometimes just mounting, like you get the mounting bug where you like pressing W doesn't move you forward; it just moves you like at an angle.
The worst was on launch when you would be flying and you get to the boat to the side and you spawn inside the fucking boat.
You clip through it. I still don't
That's so
trust it. I don't ever demount until I hit solid
happens.
ground.
I've
That's why I
That
don't
still
fucking do that dungeon.
happens.
Yeah, no,
you
it
can
still
just
happens.
Fucking clip through the. You can fucking land on the top of the boat and you go flying through the fucking floor.
Oh, I've had all the bugs on that boat, bro. So I mounted up and then teleported to where you respawn on the boat, and then I went straight through the boat, and I'm like, and it force demounted me. I'm like, how did this happen?
Yeah, then you're just fucking shit out of luck.
Yeah, unless you're a druid. And they're making healers, like, because they're changing the damage profile. What I'm interested in is how well are they gonna perform? I mean, I would assume they're gonna do this well, because they're like, otherwise, like, it's just gonna be terrible for the first season if they don't. I would assume they're. I mean, seems like they are gonna design all the fights to have less one shots and more of a slow tick down instead of all of a sudden you're dead or you're alive. So
Well, I can say they've done this before, and it worked. But their solution back then was just to buff stamina by like 15% for everybody.
yeah, which
Obviously we've never been in a world where weak auras weren't a thing. Well, obviously, like back in vanilla, but
yeah,
modern day raiding has never experienced raid without weak auras being available. So
Blizzard has attempted like 6 times now to try to get healing back to what it was in like from vanilla to Wrath, right? Where it's you as a player don't really have much management over your health besides your defensive. Right? It's up to the healers to like really heal everyone in the party. Right?
Which,
because I mean, as it stands currently right now, a fucking Ret Paladin can go run through a +12 popping Shield of Vengeance every fucking 45 seconds, barely taking any damage, popping the log, and they don't need a healer.
yeah, I've lived a fucking fight. Oh, a healer in a dungeon. A healer dies. Oh, I lived for 2 minutes because all my defensives. I didn't need a healer. I just defensive when I needed to.
Yeah, but it's the problem with that is every time Blizzard has tried that, I think the last time they did it was when did we get the
They did it
15%
when
stam buff? Was that in Avarice or Amir Soul?
Yeah. I think they did it at the season 1. They did one in season 1.
3, I believe. I think.
So Amir
like,
Soul,
because
right? Yeah,
that's when the 4 DPS comps were a thing, where the prop paladin was just the healer, and everyone else was using their like off healing with.
That was season 1.
Was that season 1 with Feral Druid, fucking Enhanced Shaman, and Shadow Priest?
That was season 1 because they buffed the HP in the beta right before the season launched. Like, it was a random thing. They were like, okay, well
no, because season 1 was prot warrior meta.
They did. It was either going into season 2 or season 3. They redid the heal because Blizzard had that whole post.
And the
of
4
like,
DPS was with an AUG.
Well, it was the problem was
They did it before AUG. They just did it with a bunch of hybrids.
Of being like, we want the healers to feel impactful. We don't currently feel like the healers have enough to do, so they went like, okay, we're going to shift the damage profiles around. We're going to give everyone 15% more stamina so that we can do this, right? So, and that was Blizzard going, okay, now we're going to make damage a bit more spiky. Right, which requires the healer at that point. Because if you take 2 spikes, you're dead.
It's definitely not going to work exactly like this, but the way that they describe healing in their little blue post thingy is that, like, you're going to be in a raid, and it's going to be like Rashok, and Rashok intermission is going to be like, boom, the whole raid gets knocked to 20% HP, and then you're going to have a minute to get them back to full. And then, boom, the whole raid's going to get knocked, but it's going to take you potentially 40 seconds to get the raid from 20% HP to 100% HP.
Yeah, I don't think that's ever actually gonna happen.
Yeah,
maybe
right?
it is
just
a little faster than that.
I know, but you know, but Blizzard, like, this is one of those things that Blizzard has attempted to do, like, at least since BFA 4 or 5 times, I think.
I don't think they've attempted it in this magnitude, though. And, I mean, it's a perfect time to do it when we get stat squished, right?
That's also the thing, yeah, stat squish is... I think the last time they made a major healing, like, actual attempt at it was Shadowlands with the stat squish.
Yeah.
And then that...
And then, obviously, after that, they were trying to change healing while also having things to stack on top of it and just add even more things that can heal, and then it just kept amplifying. And then in Dragonflight, they decided to add some classes, 5 defensives. Well, how are we going to tune a fight where this person's going to use all their defensives, or at least, like, they also think about that. It's like, I remember going into that, being like, wow, this stuff hurts a lot, and I have a lot of defensives, though, so I'll just rotate him each thing that smacks me. I think their main part of them trying to change healing was a factor of the amount of defensives. I think a lot of people griped on that part. Like, how you gonna change healing profile when a class can literally solo every smash, just solo?
It's the problem is you have specs like Hunter in the game right now.
That's another problem, right?
The problem is the absolute fucking chasm of a gap between something like Hunter and Paladin in terms of survivability.
I mean Mage is pretty survivable as well, right?
Exactly, right? Mage is in the same boat as, like, Paladin in that sketch of, like, you really have to kill yourself to die.
Yeah, and, like, I mean, there's instances where I'll use everything. I'm like, well, I'm relying on you, healer. What do you... Do I live or do I die?
But the problem is the Hunter died, like, 50 seconds ago, because they don't have as much.
Yeah, that's the main problem, is the void, the gap of ones that have defensives and don't have them, and then the amount they have. And I think every class needs to have the exact same amount, so then you can have so it's consistent across the board. Like, when I go to other classes after not playing Mage, like, I'll go play Demon Hunter, I'm like, I just want to press the defensive. I only got 3?
Yeah, Mage is like fucking 16.
Well, I got greater invis, I can mass barrier, and then I can barrier. So if I barrier and then get hit, mass barrier, and then barrier again, because it's 25% magic DR. So I can keep that up pretty much. And then I got mirror images. Ice Cold is off GCD, which is why we take it, because we can just press it while in our rotation.
Neutral, yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't require you to just ice block.
Yeah, it's like, ice block is only good if you need an immune, just do a quick immune. If you don't gotta do that, you just take something that doesn't affect your GCDs. Like, it's just weird niche things on classes where it's like, why is it here? But it's here for a little bit. But we'll use it in these instances, but then, like, displacement was used on Muggsy, but then it's never ever used on anything else. So they're just removing that. I mean, like, oh, it's kind of niche, but kind of needs to be removed. I mean, like, they removed a lot of things, but then still, like, kept them. Like, on Fire, they removed hyperthermia, but it's still in Sun Fury. Like, when you exit your cooldowns. And like Druid, Boomy got like Boomy's, from what I understand, it's kind of like what Boomy used to be. You no longer can cast Starfire or Wrath to enter Eclipse. Now Eclipse is a cooldown, and when you're in Eclipse, you can switch between
My
them.
understanding, this has never existed. Like I've been aware of Boomkin at least since well.
Fair enough.
Yeah, basically, like, you've always done something different to enter Eclipse. It's never been. Now it's literally an ability on your bars.
Yeah.
Solar Eclipse, Lunar Eclipse, and that's never happened. And that's weird.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's literally so Solar and Lunar Eclipse. Basically, their philosophy is that, like, since Dragonflight, all you do is, so you're like, okay, I'm gonna do single target, so I want to do Solar Eclipse. So it's Starfire, Starfire, Wrath, 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 Wrath. Oh, it's about to expire. Starfire, Starfire, Wrath, 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 Wrath. And they say that's stupid. So now they both have, like, independent cooldowns. So if you want to use Solar Eclipse only, you can't. You're gonna have to use some amount of Lunar Eclipse, even in pure single target. Because you're just gonna run out of charges of Solar Eclipse.
Well, it also says that, I'm pretty sure it might be a shared cooldown. You just press it, and then you can switch between them if you cast the opposite.
I'd have to look at it again, but yeah. It's an active ability,
yeah.
though. It's a button on your bars that is called, like, Eclipse.
Yeah, it's like 33-second cooldown or something like that.
It's like a cooldown.
Yeah. And yeah, I haven't looked at all the healer, what they all removed, but I was looking at how many talents were removed, and I'm like, some of the classes got like 20. Some classes got like I think on Holy DK got like 18 talents removed. I was like, wow.
Okay, so yeah. The design of how you enter and maintain Eclipses is changing. We'd like to introduce more gameplay around it. Eclipse before midnight is so important that you immediately drop everything you do to refresh it when it ends. There's no timing or strategy, and it can be difficult to upkeep during high phases of movement. In Midnight, Lunar Eclipse and Solar Eclipse are an active ability that enters Eclipse for 15 seconds. It has a 30-second cooldown and can be talented to have 2 charges.
Yeah.
Roll for balance to prepare for each eclipse and choose the perfect moment to activate. Depending on talents and the pacing, you might have an eclipse up for 60 to 80% of the time. You'll want to spend your time in eclipse, spending astral power and dealing damage, and time outside of it. So it's more like combustion now, where, like, you do not have it 100% of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think. Well, and that's another thing is, like, I think cooldowns should be more impactful. Like, being in them should feel good. Like, you're like, all right, I can do damage in this window.
Yeah, Solar Eclipse and Lunar Eclipse are both buttons. You get 2 new buttons, Solar Eclipse and Lunar Eclipse.
Yeah. And then all the tank changes are kind of interesting too. They keep trying to change tanks. Every season, they're like, either they're too strong or they're too weak, and now they're just reducing. Seems like the power that they had, like Paladins got some stuff removed, and like their cooldowns aren't as strong because they're shorter, but they're also shorter duration. They're shorter cooldown, but then shorter duration. And like Prot Warrior got anger management removed.
No, it didn't.
It's in the class tree.
Oh, they moved it to the class tree?
They moved it out of the Prot spec tree, yeah.
Oh, so everyone can choose it now.
All 3 specs could already choose it.
The core wave.
It was just in the class tree, or in the spec tree for some reason.
Oh.
They also, they're reworking Boomkin's Mastery because it used
Oh,
to
yeah,
increase
yeah.
the damage of their eclipses, but now if you're not going to be in eclipse 100% of the time, that would be like pretty bad. So now it's spells deal 0.75
Yeah.
times mastery instead of 0.5
Five,
times
yeah.
mastery. So like their spells are 25% stronger baseline
And then they
outside of cooldowns.
Then they removed another portion off of it, right?
And it no longer causes targets to take additional spells from Moonfire and Sunfire.
Yeah.
So now you can do full damage to a target without having it dotted as a Moonkin. If you need to tab to something and just hit Star Surge, you can. You don't have to dot it first. You're getting full damage no matter what.
Yeah, and then they just buffed their dots to compensate.
Yeah. They still wanted their dots to be useful even if they aren't required to keep their mastery. So now they just buff the dots. So now they're more meaningful just for their own independent damage, not to turn on some other talent.
Yeah.
Which is, oh, fucking
That's
Shadow
a,
Priest dots too.
yeah, that's another thing is like literal mastery interactions. I mean, some classes fucking hated the shit out of mastery, and some classes wanted all of it. And if they could get even as deep as they could get in diminishing returns, they would try.
That's me right now. And I was telling like Dirk the other day, and I was like, I am so mastery heavy this season that like Blood Mallet does those little like quad charts that are like thought experiments,
Yeah.
not real, but it says my optimal damage distribution or stat distribution is like 20% haste, 20% crit, 40% mastery, 20% verse. And then like out of 100, if I could give 20% of my total stats that I have to those whatever. But that it also says that if I were to put all of my stats in, if I only had mastery, theoretically, if I was 100% of, if all of my gear only had mastery, I would do 96% as much damage as I did with an optimal stat distribution. If the only stat I had was mastery, I'd still be 96% as efficient as having other stats. Because of how strong my mastery is.
Yeah. Like even with fire stat distribution, if Ignite's bad, you take verse. If Ignite's good, you take mastery. Verse would just scale all your spinner. Like I was thinking,
I don't have that choice, yeah, because like my only damage is things that care about mastery. So it's like I guess this would be like the Ignite good season for me.
Yeah, and like with fire, it's like I was like, man, just take Ignite away from the mastery, make Ignite increase the damage of hot streaks spend like things you spend hot streaks on, or like just outright like
I still
fire
like the idea
damage.
of Ignite only existing during combustion.
Yeah.
Because then it adds another damage component to combustion itself. You get the extra damage of Ignite, like, and just make mastery increase the damage of your spenders.
Yeah.
So whatever you, it also means that Fire Mage wouldn't have this weird problem where like, oh, I can't switch targets because I have to keep my Ignite up on my primary target, or like, I have to just pick the biggest thing and hit it. It's like, no, if an ad spawns and you can tab pyro it, that should feel good. Because you still should be doing full damage to that target.
Yeah, they
have to like do a bunch of crazy shit.
Yeah, they added a talent where it actually will it will transfer 100% of the Ignite you have on the target to a second target.
It's soul swap. It's soul swap for mages.
Yeah. So it allows that more of a, because that, I mean, every class has this weird problem where it's like, oh, you have to do this in this order, or like,
and sometimes like if someone, especially new players in this game, like that, I think don't mind these changes and them adding this stuff, because hey, new players could try and figure this game out without needing a friend. Because, like, that's all, like, I'm like, how would you even try to play this game if you didn't have any friends who already played it? So I'm like, unless you're, like, willing to, like, research and try to figure it all out, it's like, where do I even start? Because you have such, like...
and that's what they're trying to remove, is that
yeah.
WoW was so full of paratext. Like, you had to go read something outside of the game. You had to go read Wowhead. You had to go read Ice Evades. You had to go read a class Discord to even know what your class even does. If you only use information from in the game, you're just going to be wrong.
Yeah, and that's another thing is that, like, if we didn't have, like, Sims, like, Simming has, like, writing the APLs to figure out how to fucking play the class, because the Sims, you can plug everything in and then be like, okay, well, how does this interact within the Sim? Because we can't test this manually because there's too many variables that can interact. So Simming is just way easier to theory craft it.
Yeah, but I mean, and
but that's fine.
I
That's
give
not
it credit because,
super
like, there's a lot of people that put a lot of time in to, like, try and derive that information.
Yeah,
to make
mages.
the simming.
I watch a lot of the mages that write the APLs.
Like, what the hell was it? Like a talent got changed, like, last season. So, like, when the PTR went up for Shadow and it's getting changed, I remember them sitting, like, someone was just, like, auto-attacking a dummy and maintaining dots for, like, fucking 2 hours. Just to, like, track proc rates.
Yeah, that's one, and yeah, you could do it manually that way.
Well, because how else do you know it's correct if you don't have, like, the hard
exactly.
data? Like, so
yeah, which
someone's got to figure that information out. They're like,
and
oh, okay, how many procs per minute is this?
Simming
it's not gonna
helps
tell you.
shorten that. Sims can
Well, you
help,
have to write the sim.
but yeah,
like, because if you tell the sim that it procs every
but yeah, that's
3
true.
times a minute and it's wrong,
It's gonna be
it
wrong.
doesn't tell you on the tooltip.
Yeah, and that's another
PPM.
Yeah, that's another problem. Like, and then because like most trinkets are really simple. They don't have, like, weird interactions. Most of them are just stats, but, like, the proc rates of some trinkets or the way that they make trinkets, sometimes they interact with like, because this class hits this many times, the trinket just does more damage on this class because how many times they hit. Like, figuring stuff like that out is...
Or, like, a lot of shit is, like, they figure things out and, like, they can provide detailed feedback because of them looking at things. So, like, just a stupid example. Like, I have a talent that says summon minions last 20% longer and deal 15% increased damage. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. But what does summoned minions mean? Like,
yeah, that's very broad because
does that count does that count so it counts my mind bender? Cool. Like, that's I press a button, it summons a pet, that counts. Does it count
the
Shadow
tentacles?
Fiends? Okay. The tentacles count? Does the pet from the Idol of Yogg Saron count? Do trinkets that summon pets count?
Yeah.
Like,
and that's where it's like, you read it
out is like, oh, okay, well, actually it works. So it works for tentacles, it works for all the cooldown pets. It doesn't work for the tentacles summoned by the pet. The pet summons another pet, and that doesn't count. And they have to plug that in the API to, like, figure out, like...
And it's like I was paying close attention when they kept changing because when Arcane Mage got reworked at the start of Dragonflight, and it, like, completely changed everything. The rotation would change so often. during beta, especially, and then it would change even more because they'd find some new thing that would interact differently, and they're like, oh well, this is the new rotation. It interacts like this now.
Yeah, like, I mean, I remember I was raid testing because I was gonna play potentially play mage. I played mage for a season, and like the difference between playing like Arcane Harmony, high voltage Arcane Mage, or like fucking Lay Drinker, like there are talents that you just never take that were in a state of like they didn't know whether they were good or bad, so they didn't know whether you should or shouldn't take them, and just crazy combinations of talents of like the actual build that I ended up playing was very different than the build I played in the beta.
Yeah. Like, and you could go, oh, I'm gonna read the tooltip to figure out how to play it. Well, you read the tooltip. Tooltips don't always tell you how everything works. You mean you kind of are forced to go and look at it in the class Discord or talk to someone who's really good at the game or really good at the class, so he can just describe you the rotation to some degree. So you actually are like, and then you figure out how those buttons interact in the rotation. It's like, oh, that's why I press it in this order. It's because that and like learning this game, like I was learning it and I started playing. Well, I played this game in Legion, but I was 12 years old, so I had no clue what I was doing. Like, and my dyslexia didn't help me with that one. Trying to read all the abilities and stuff. I was like, that's too much text to parse. But I mostly started in Shadowlands, and I was like, well, what's the hardest class? Oh, mage? Well, that sounds fun to learn. Like, learning all the interactions that it had, I was like, oh, this is strange. And then how like you had to like on Fire Mage, you had haste dependency on when so if you hit a certain haste threshold based on your DCD, you like, if your haste got too high, you don't want to cast Scorch because Scorch casts too fast, so you cast a Fireball. You've too much haste, and your GCD, like, I mean, when I was playing Remix, that shit was bad. I would go on fire, because I had like 900k threads, because I spammed farm. I think I ran more dungeons in Remix than I did on this character in live. I ran like 2,300 dungeons in like a week and a half. Because I could complete the dungeon in like a minute and a half. And I just wanted to see how much power. I was bored, and I was like, I want to see how fast I just did it for fun. And then I made like, I don't know, 9 mil gold, 8 mil gold from carries as well. Remix, because I sold the gems, and those would sell for like I did a sell where I sold like 1,000 of them for like 3 mil, because you could convert them to bronze. So I made a lot of gold doing that, and then I was doing 5-man mythic runs for carries. Yeah, but I tried to calculate the math on how much main stat I would need in order to solo mythic, and it was like impossible. I was like, I would need so much main stat because the Shaw, 4th boss, his check made it impossible to like beat him. Oh well, that's not happening. But like I had so much haste that I'd go on fire, and I could only play arcane, but arcane's haste was so high that I was just GCDing myself. I casted faster than GCD. I'm like, this is weird. But I don't know. We'll have to see. Because only time will tell to see how these changes play out.
Yep.
Well, I think I'm gonna head out.
Okay. See ya.
See ya. I'll be right back. Alright. Oh, it's not. It's not. Oh, not 9:20. Wait, what'd they do to the Rebel server? Announcement. Hello, everyone. I know I'm late with this message, but due to IRL giving me its own shenanigans, I haven't been able to properly sit down and dedicate time to it. First of all, change in ownership. Some of you already know that Tim has decided to leave the server to me and Neo. As far as you know, Neo already has relinquished control / focus in favor of SE2. So that leaves only me to watch over you. Huh. Well, Sir Cat is the owner now.
All hail Sir Cat. All hail Sir Cat. All hail Sir Cat.
There will be some changes made on how we operate, but nothing should impact you, the player base on the server as of now. Secondly, server problems. We know of the issue of jumping and losing a grid target server crashes and are looking into a fix already. I hope I can leave you up to the expectations. Live up to. Yeah, I fucking had a stroke. But I mean, I assume you're looking at it at this point already. Sir Cat, Project Hex. So Neo is moving to SE2.
TLDR, Sir Cat, new owner. Known issues, working on fix. Don't be rough on me.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh. Apex Talents released? Yeah, I already saw them. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking changes. God damn.
Alright, you ready to go mine some more hexen? Or do we want to work on using the hexen?
Using the hexen.
What?
Are we going to use it and abuse it?
Well, I mean, like, you know. I just got thrown into a fucking war. Shit.
Alright, I'm gonna head